to you, say. Thank you, Lord. We thank you. We thank you. There's no one.
Good morning, Sanbonan. Ninjani. Sekafika minister. The minister is here. Kikopa find our seating so that when he enters with our special guest, our guest of honor, we observe protocol by hello. I'm posting. Good job. Oh my goodness. Siyabong. Thank you. Before I start, the driver of the vehicle with the registration number JJ55, this looks like an 888GP. JJ5588GP, your lights are on. It's going to be a long day. You don't want to get there and you can't get home. JJ5588GP. It could be an SS, but you know your car, right? You might know JJ, no 55. Sorry? No, they didn't say the model. I will find out for you. And then, just to set up, I'm accompanied here by my colleague, Nomsa. She will be and a transmitter, and it should indicate to you various channels. Channel 1 is for English, Channel 2 Afrikaans, Channel 3 Setswana, Channel 4 Channel 5 Sepedi, Channel 6 isiZulu, Channel 7 isiNdebele, Channel 8 Chivenda, 9 Shitonga, and 10 is Xhosa. Ngizokala phansi futhi 10 is Xhosa, 9 Xitsonga, 8 Shivenda, 7 is Indebele, Channel 6 is isiZulu, Channel 5 Sepedi, Channel 4 Sesotho, Channel 3 Setswana, Channel 2 Afrikaans, and Channel 1 Isingisi English.
Please announce that the mics that are in front of them, the headset, they can just choose the mics and listen.
The mics where you'll be listening to the interpretation, the language interpretation of language gathering, after all. See, the minister is here with our guest of honor. Thank you very much. Is everybody settled? Our colleagues there at the back, are you at the normal seats? Please, if you identify a seat next to your vacant seat, raise your hand so somebody may use it, so we avoid the moving around while the program, once the program is started. I imagine everybody has found their correct channels. Channel 1, English. You may use the device in front of you and the headphones to find your relevant channel, the language of your choice, the language that you prefer, the language that you love, and the language that you prefer to consume your content in. Channel 1, Isingisi, English. Channel 2, Afrikaans. Channel 3, Isitswana. Channel 4, Ribwa Sesotho. 5, Sepedi. Channel 6, isiZulu. 7, isiNdebele. 8, Shivenda. 9, Sitonga. And 10, isiXhosa. Singaqala.
Please tell the delegates not to switch on the mics, because when the mic is on, the interpreters is causing an interference.
Yes, sis.
Just to select the language.
Okay. Uthi uma ucela ninga switch on ama mics enu, just switch it on when it's time for you to communicate, because sinama interpreters ethu laphayan, they pick up interference. So you just use okwamanje your headphones. Resebenzisa fela headphones uska switch on light the mic. Do not switch on yet. Mangithi isiZulu is channel, it's channel 6. Channel 6. Siyabonga. Bengicela before singaqala siphakameni sonke sisho nomthandazo wesizwe i-national anthem. We're just waiting for a backup pad. Izosixhasa. Oh baba ngiyacela nge It is a prayer. Owaziyo ukucula angaqala. I hope. Wait. Are they going to play?
Manu paganisu ponolwayo Yizwa imitandazo yetu Ngosi sigelela Tina usabonwayo Murena buluka se chama sa Yesu Ufelice tentwale van onze hemel, uit die diepte van ons Heer. Oor ons eeuwige gebergtes, wat die krachtste antwoord geeft. Sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa.
Siyabonga, you may be seated. My name is Makhosazana Zwani Siguka. I'm one of the facilitators alongside the esteemed Mr. Victor Khomuswana. It is an honor to spend a day with you today. Before we start, I found it appropriate that I set the scene as to why we are gathered here. Just 2 minutes to contextualize the importance of today. In summary, or ngokufishane nje, in 2019, Unesco declared 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous, and subsequently the period 2022 to 2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. Now, there is a growing awareness that Indigenous languages do not simply serve as a cultural artifacts, rather that they should equip their users with invaluable skills, expertise in different fields, from environment to education, the economy, social, political life, and family relations. Now, despite UNESCO's efforts throughout the International Year of Indigenous Languages to highlight the disappearance of mother tongues across the world, there are challenges. We know them. At home, we speak to our children in English. At work, we only communicate in English. Everywhere we speak in a language that is not true to ourselves and that is not true to our hearts, a language that was taught to us in order for us to survive. Now, with the death of languages, Indigenous people do not only use their traditions, but also their identity. The former UN Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, observed this shocking stat, that 1 Indigenous language dies every 2 weeks. So what does this mean for us in modern times? Well, in post-colonial modern politics, economies, and societal theory, in particular Black consciousness and awakening, Biko tells us that you may be intelligent, but you are not English because you may only speak in English. He also expressed his frustrations when he said, one of the most difficult things to do these days is to talk with authority on anything to do with African culture. Somehow, Africans are not expected to have any deep understanding of their own culture or even their non-African readers, but amongst us Africans ourselves. This perhaps a sincere attempt should be made at emphasizing the authentic cultural aspects of the African people by Africans themselves. Now, this obviously is a global call, but this is in the context of us as Africans. Closer to home, in 2011, the South Africa's Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Blade Nzimande, told us boldly when he declared that knowledge of an African language should be a condition for graduation in any university degree. isingisi nesibhunu bakwethu. Language. Now going to call our first speaker on Itchila a libete. Again, is it a lady? Okay. Mhlawumbe usebhizi ngoba uye ohostile kanti ke futhi iye yashintsha iprogram. Program ile yashintsha ke kubatshwarelo uzofi. I imagine she's still busy arranging some final logistical issues. I would then say we move on to the next item and call upon stage the Deputy Director General of Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development, Dr. C.N. Khumalo. Oh, yeah,
Thank you. Program Directors, Honorable Minister, Babu Nyambose, Secretary General of the South African Commission for Unesco, the CEO of DSAC, and the chairperson of PENSALP, together with the CEO of PENSALP. I would like to also recognize a few of the chairs and CEOs of entities that I've seen amongst us. You are recognized. Mama Katrina, that we will hear more about in this gathering. Office bearers of organizations and associations, senior professors and academics. I see quite a number of those amongst us, senior officials from provincial departments, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Sanbonan. Dumelang. I did a bit of practicing here, so don't disappoint me. Molweni. Lochani. Avukseni. I hope Avsheni. Tobela. Machiloni. Goeiemorgen. Good morning. I'll say mine again, Sanbonan. South Africa is one of the countries that are blessed with cultural and linguistic diversity and many opportunities for people from various linguistic and cultural backgrounds to interact and ensure the continued coexistence and use of South African languages. Since the advent of democracy in 1994, South Africa is known as one of the countries that has the most progressive constitutional language provisions in the African continent. Therefore, as South Africa, we welcome the UN Decade of Indigenous Languages, which recognizes the right to preserve, revitalize, and promote languages, and also acknowledge the role of linguistic diversity in sustainable development. UNESCO is responsible for the Global Action Plan, which will be implemented during the Decade of Indigenous Languages. And as a country, we take a leaf out of UNESCO and collectively draw our Decade Action Plan and align with that of UNESCO. It is important, Honorable Minister, to note that the Decade of Indigenous Languages was preceded by the International Year of Indigenous Languages of 2019, which sought to raise awareness of these languages, not only to benefit the people who speak these languages, but also for those to appreciate the significant impact that they make to our rich cultural diversity. We saw this as a unique opportunity to raise awareness about the status of indigenous languages and assist in mobilizing ourselves to take aid and measures to safeguard and put more resources into developing our languages. We heeded the call and gathered in a conference to discuss how to develop our indigenous languages. Out of these deliberations, recommendations for the Minister, I'm just going to take you through a quick report card in terms of those 4 recommendations and what has since happened now that we are here launching this decade of indigenous languages. The first recommendation was as regards the development of the South African book policy. An advisory committee has already been appointed by the minister to work on the drafting of the South African book policy, and work has started there already. They've had several meetings as this advisory committee. They've been seized with work and also consultation of the sector. The second recommendation was on the development of indigenous languages through technology. As a country, we have made preserving, developing, and promoting indigenous languages of South Africa. Amongst others, the following technologies have been developed: a language learning app for endangered indigenous languages such as the Khoi, the San languages, and the South African Sign language. Currently, the department is also developing a learning app for the South African Sign Language. This app is meant to teach hearing persons the South African Sign Language so that they can communicate with the hearing challenged persons. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is aware that technology has a profound impact on social and economic development and is considered a key driver of human progress in the 21st century. The third recommendation, Honorable Minister, there is enormous work that has been done by the Pan South African Language Board, by the organization, the community, by the National Department of Justice, working with the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and other relevant stakeholders. The bill that will give recognition to South African Sign Language was published in the Government Gazette on the 19th of July 2022. The fourth and last recommendation was on training teachers for bilingual teaching. We are pleased to report that a project called 6 Years of Mother Tongue Bilingual Education is being rolled out in the Eastern Cape as a pilot. It focuses on teaching in African languages up to grade 6. The intention is to have this project rolled out across all provinces in the country and to extend African languages, mother tongue education beyond the foundation phase, particularly to cover the first 6 years of basic education. The Department of Basic Education has started working towards introducing NAMA in education and is also seized with the translation of their curriculum assessment policy statements into NAMA. Program directors, this groundwork emphasizes that it is also vital not to leave any language behind. The revitalization of indigenous languages is essential to ensure the continuation of the development of our languages and addresses the challenges around them. Minister, we are here to flesh out these proposals and to develop the milestones so that all stakeholders participate in the processes and work together to ensure that this decade of 2022 to 2032 is one in which we accelerate the development of our indigenous languages and their usage in all aspects of our national economic, social, and cultural life. That you see in the programs, different number of stakeholders that are going to be sharing with us the programs and the plans that we have so that we move towards alignment and integration. As the lead department, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, we would like to see the establishment of the South African Language Practitioners Council as contributing to strengthening language practice in South Africa. The establishment of the council is long overdue, but Minister, as you have led and you are aware, we are working around the clock to have the council established. This will be a significant achievement, not only appreciation of the work done by the language practitioners. The implementation process is now very much advanced. We would like at this point to really made up of expert language practitioners that have devised recommendations that have already been tabled at the executive management team of the department, and an implementation plan has been developed. We look forward to the 2 days engagement to map the way forward to a shared plan of action that can be traced out and reported on forums. This work will also see that our languages, our heritage, culture do not get swallowed by others. The opportunity over these 2 days of deliberations, ladies and gentlemen, to hone our milestones and polish the roadmap so that we have tangible deliverables and set timelines to ensure that multilingualism is a living reality and that to speak in your home language or access services in the language of your choice instills pride and confidence on our people. Asisebenzise lesi sikhathi sihlangene lapha ndawonye ukuwakha lo mhlahlandlela nokuphuma nesenzakalo esiyinqophamlando nesizokwakha isisekelo esothi emva kwale minyaka eyishumi uma sibheke emuva sizigqaje ngemphumela. We need to live here confident that we have laid a great foundation, and those who come after us will be proud of the work done to fast-track the development of our languages, irrespective of the number of people that speak that language. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I'm in media and I make my living through writing and publishing. Kuyangikhuthaza kakhulu ukuzwa ukuthi udokotela no minister ne department yonke are encouraging writing and publishing in indigenous languages to guarantee the sustenance of our future. I'm also a future studies student, and I'm particularly encouraged by hearing that you are developing technologies to make various indigenous languages accessible. Siyabonga kakhulu. At this point, angazi ukuthi uyatholakala na Miss Libete, the Ageko. Okay. Is it okay then, Doctor, if I call for a cultural performance? Or must we move on to the next phase? Must we move on? Okay, Sizokubega. Maskubega kanjalo, my friends and colleagues. This is a joyous occasion for me personally because I have not had the pleasure of seeing Africans gathered to celebrate our languages. So feel at ease to clap and rejoice because we're here to retain Ubuntu betu. Next on the program is the Secretary General of the South African National Commission, Unesco, Mr. C. Mugwevo, and he will be addressing us on the role of UNESCO in the promotion of languages. Welcome, sir.
Program Director, Honorable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Baba Mtetwa, the DDG responsible for what we are here, gathered here about, Dr. Kumalo, has already made it very much easy for me. She has duly recognized everyone in a way that protocol dictates, and hence now I say, Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, good morning. We are from the South African National Commission for UNESCO. We haven't brought a speech. There are experts here amongst us on the topic, and we are going to sit and listen. Honorable Minister, we are here bringing support through our presence. We bring greetings from the President of the South African National Commission for UNESCO, Minister Enjimutsecha, who is aware this isn't an event that promotes a UNESCO objective. Honorable Minister, we are proud of the work that your department is doing. This is about reviving our worth as Africans, because languages are part of us. We are our languages. It is so painful that many millions of our people are cut out of many important things that happen in the country because those things are. And, we are judged our intelligence through how we speak English and many other things. We are so grateful as the National Commission for what the department is doing to try and revive our worth. And coming to think about it, these languages of ours, if I can't speak an English word well, it's likely that I'll be taken as stupid. And if someone who is English speaking cannot speak a Venda word, that doesn't apply. It's not that they are stupid, it's difficult. And I'm saying it's not. I'll speak about my own mother tongue, Chivenda. We are going, as a teacher, Honorable Minister, as a former teacher, it's still within me. When people are in front of you, you want to teach them something. I want to demonstrate over and over again until it sets in that, for example, Chivenda is not difficult. We can learn it now in 3 minutes and get done. Yes, I'm going to teach you now. When we greet, as the Venda people will say, Huto itahani, don't bother yourself. The only thing that you need to do to reply as to how are you is just to use do. You do 3 do's. I'm saying I'm fine. Let's try it. Huto itahani. Do. You are saying I'm fine. That's a higher grade Chivenda. It doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. When they ask you in Chivenda whether it's President Cyril Ramaphosa, when he says Huto itahani, you just say do. He knows what you mean. It means I'm fine. Moving on, there is another word. Only three, you repeat a word 3 times, it sends a message. Sooner or later, we will be done with this. Maybe before we get there, here we are, we have met. It's a gathering. We have met, we are here. In Chivenda, we say rotangana. You can still use gwa, gwa, gwa. Gwa, gwa. It means we've met. Let's try it. Gwa, gwa, gwa. That's it. That's it. And not too long. Will be done. Tomorrow we'll be done with this function. And then we'll go to our different places. In Chivenda, we'll be saying, people have left. They are gone. Vutua. Then we use sa, sa, sa. Yes, sa, sa, sa. Do, 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 gwa, 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 and sa, sa. Thank you.
Do. Swa, swa, swa. I've learned a few things today. A personal anecdote. I am Uma Kosazana, Wagazwani, Mumanget, Nkanwe Kwaskuka. When it was time for us to name our firstborn child, in my head, because I thought I was exposed, Minister, I imagined I would adopt a Tsonga name, Urulwane. I failed. Bang mangalele kai. Secretly, I still call her Rulani. So do. With those words, it is a great honor and a privilege of mine to call onto the stage our Honorable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Mr. Nathi Mthethwa, to give us the keynote address of the day. Babu Nyambos.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me acknowledge you as the Program Director and your co-Program Director, Ms. Zwane Skuka, Okamangete. The lady here and the gentleman, Pravicta Homoyaswan, who's also our co-program director, Sanbonan Nonke. Sanbon. Now, 2 weeks ago, we met as ministers of culture across the length and breadth of our world, and discussing matters culture. And I greeted people, and they looked at me. So I explained to them, I come from Africa. When I greet a person, I want to hear a response, that I'm not talking to an object, but to a human being. Because I'm greeting, I'm asking how the person is. I need to know how you are. Sanbonan. Kamaku. Yeah, Kamakush. Abshe. Injani. Ndaoyandu. Tobela. Dumela. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our chairpersons who are here and chief executive officers of different entities with us, our host and partner in the promotion of indigenous languages and who was called by the program director, is not here with us. The CEO of this place, Ditong, Miss Libete, Dr. Langfafa Dampa, the Executive Secretary of the African Academy of Languages, an institution of the African Union devoted to the promotion and development of African languages. So you can see at that level, AU is very conscious of our languages. We acknowledge him here. Professor El Makubu Baidenost, the chairperson of Pansal Pierre with us, and the CEO with him, Mr. Lance Schutz, CEO of Pansal. Our best we have in this country, Omar and Petrus Falboy, and a delegation from Noord Cap. Ms. Don Shabanguri Khotso of the African Publishers Association, Mr. Mpua, Director of the Publishers Association of South Africa, Mr. Abdul Mokhale, President of the National Writers Association of South Africa, Professor Haugele Ngubane, President of Academic and Non-Fiction Authors Association of South Africa, Mr. Ayanda Arthur, representing CIFSA, Mr. C. Nkwevo, who was here with us, who taught us a few basics in Shivenda, the Secretary General of South African National Commission for Unesco, senior government officials led by Deputy Director General of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Dr. Kumalo, language expert practitioners and activists, members of book clubs, members of the media ladies. We meet here to launch our national roadmap for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, and also to launch the historic dictionary of the Ngu language, a language which is at the brink of extinction. And that will not happen thanks to Oma Katrina Esau. I expected more applause than that for our hero. That African patriot, Nnamdi Azikiwe, who served as the president of Nigeria, points out that, and I quote, "The present is a prophecy of the future," close quote. He explains, "When tomorrow comes, may Africans, in concert with the rest of humanity, march towards the end of the rainbow, singing, 'Lord, it is Africa,' marching with the rest of humanity, realizing its heritage. And may it also happen that the reverberations re-echo, Africa, arise and walk, and realize your destiny, the mission of an African civilization that is to be," close quote. In expressing himself in this manner, Azikiwe was evoking the spirit of Pan-African vision that first brought Africans together. If you remember that first Pan-African Congress or conference in 1900 in London, led by none other than W.E.B. Du Bois and Henry Sylvester Williams. Azikiwe was recalling the wise poetic and prophetic words of Pixliga Isaka Seme in 1906, who foresaw the regeneration of Africa. He had understood the calling planted, he had understood the calling of Marcus Garvey and his contribution and those who planted the seeds of Ethiopianism. He was looking forward to the thinking of Frantz Fanon. And I must say that whenever we talk about Marcus Garvey, the world forgets that Marcus Garvey had the first and the second wife. The first wife, Amy Jacques Garvey, who was a Pan-Africanist herself in her own right, but also Amy Ashwood Garvey, one of the giants, Pan-Africanist, Pan-African feminist this world has ever seen. So when we talk Pan-Africanism, we should be very deliberate and make people understand the contributions of women, that it wasn't only the Dubois of this world or the Williams of this world. There were many. In fact, if you look at the contribution of Amy Ashwood Garvey in the 5th Pan-African Conference, remember that the first one was the one we referred to in 1900, the one in 1945. Amy Ashwood put very firmly on the agenda the issue of women emancipation, African women emancipation first and foremost, and women of the world. I was just by way of just refocusing us that it wasn't the Frantz Fanons, even though Azakiwe was looking also forward to the thinking of Frantz Fanon and others like him, whose political philosophy and analysis sought to bring a new African into being, one who embraced a different journey and movement forward. Frantz Fanon tells us, and I quote him, that if we want humanity to advance a step further, if we want to bring it up to a different level than that which Europe has shown it, then we must invent and we must make discoveries for Europe, for ourselves, and for humanity, comrades. We must turn over a new leaf. We must work out new concepts and try to set afoot a new man. In this instance, close quote, he meant a new person. Program Director, it is in this context that we meet here today to advance the cause of our indigenous languages. Because no journey, traveled by Africans can reach its proper and desired destination if it is conceptualized, theorized, and realized in the master's voice and in the master's tongue and in the confines of borrowed cultural expressions. And this is why we are responsible, or we are responsive to the UNESCO campaign that the decade 2022 to 2032 should be the decade of indigenous languages. And whilst we are grappling with the decade, the DDG did say that this was preceded by the UNESCO declaring the year 2019 as the year of indigenous languages. It is not coincidental that the AU declared 2021 as the year of arts, culture, and heritage. And all of these things come together. This year in South Africa, during the month of heritage, which is September, we declared it as the year of the legacy of Linda, Solomon Linda, and the indigenous music, particularly Isicathamiya. What this means is that we are on the right track to emphasize the issues of indigenous languages, because people will only respect you if you respect yourself, if you respect your own culture. That is why today we are talking in the world that Isicathamiya, especially the song Mbube, which is Ibubesi or lion in isiZulu, is known worldwide today. And thanks to that pioneer, Solomon Linda, who put firmly on the agenda not only our song, but our own culture as African people. And to that extent, this is very important for us, that we're dealing with the decade of indigenous language, who put us on the map. Everybody knows and benefit out of the song Lion Sleeps Tonight. But that is Solomon Linda's song, Imbube. Which they couldn't pronounce as Imbube. Maloe, but Imbube. Imbube is the lion. That is why we saw it fit as this department and government to say that the man who put South Africa on the map, his genre of music, Isicathamiya, gave birth to a group called Ladysmith Black Mambazo, which today has won 5 Grammy Awards. Tells you that if you are proud of who you are, people recognize that. That is why this year we have recognized the town he was born in and grew up, which was wrongly named, that it was Pomeroy. That soldier Pomeroy. But there is no Pomeroy today in that town is now known as Solomon Linda Town. No longer Pomeroy. So we are mindful and conscious that our country and continent need their own roadmaps towards the development of our languages. We also recognize the importance of cross-border languages and the championing of Pan-African language agenda by the African Academy of Languages. According to Unesco, the essence of this decade is aimed at ensuring indigenous peoples' rights to preserve, revitalize, and promote their own languages. It offers an opportunity to collaborate in the areas of policy development and to stimulate dialogues and to make essential action for the promotion of indigenous languages. The renowned author and public intellectual Ngugi wa Thiong'o, whom we had pleasure to invite 5 years ago as my guest of honor during the language is more than just a means of communication, but also a carrier of culture. Therefore, the importance of the indigenous languages in the decolonization of our societies mean recognizing indigenous languages as a carrier of culture, not only as a means of communication. When we had him around here in the country, going through to different themes, Ngugi said something very important which resonates with what we are dealing with today. Says to me that he met a South African. Firstly, he prefaced his engagement as we were discussing that you South Africans are a funny bunch of people. You always look for answers elsewhere when you have answers here in South Africa on a number of issues, including intellectual stimulation. So I listen attentively, and he says to me, some years ago he met a South African in London. And this South African then says to him that you are such a good writer and you can articulate your own works, referring to Ngugi. But your works is mainly foreign language, which is English. And this South African asked him, but who are you writing for? Who do you want to get messages out of your works? And Ngugi says that he responded to say, no, I'm writing for my people first and foremost, the Kikuyu people in Kenya. And this South African says to him, well, you must start writing in Kikuyu for your people. Or any other African language. And Ngugi says to me that since then, the issue of indigenous language for him is a must in whatever he does. The African cultures is a must for him. So I asked him, who is this South African? He says, it's that one which you South Africans do not acknowledge and salute. His name, Mazisi Kunene. And this is the first South African poet laureate. But we don't acknowledge them with their works. I know the second laureate was Kgosi Tsile. The current one now is Serote. But these people who are in our midst, their work is with us. When are we going to promote them? And we said, well, in everything we do, we have to ensure that we indigenize our own works, as it were. So that's how rich South Africa is, but rich as it is, it doesn't know itself that is rich. It is rich. On our African continent, there can be no doubt that our indigenous languages were systematically devalued and marginalized, whilst European languages were valorized. Consequently, language oppression played a sinister role in the colonial project. The continued favoring of European languages at the expense of indigenous African languages has disrupted the cultures and ways of life of African people. We are told that no, it can't reach that level. It's complicated when it comes to fields of science and so on and so forth. But we see a giant growing in our midst, China. China is a giant today, to be reckoned with. And they do not compromise on their culture. Perhaps there is a lot we can learn from China. Why? Because they are not part of the crowd which have been, directed by Europe. For our languages are not only methods of communication, as Ngugi would have said, but also extensive and complex systems of knowledge that have developed over years. South Africa, having won our battle against colonialism and apartheid, we have put in place a constitution that entrenches non-racialism, non-sexism. Our constitution recognizes freedom of expression and of creativity and embraces linguistic diversity. From these foundations, we have developed progressive legislation that serves to protect and promote multilingualism. that enables the full use of 11 official languages, with a 12th language, South African Sign Language, soon to be added to this. In addition, the plight of endangered languages also takes center stage with projects in support to support their survival and development. Among these have been the Ngu language, Nkung. Today, we highlight 5 milestones which will assist us in tracking our progress, measuring our success, and recognizing potential bottlenecks within the program. And may I say that this issue of languages, we are not taking it up ourselves because UNESCO has spoken about it. Over years, the department is supporting financially through bursaries those who study language in this country across the major universities of this country. Not less than 300 students we support give bursaries to study languages, especially indigenous languages. So what UNESCO is doing is actually spurring us more to do more in this area of language. You know, one of our entities used to be National English Literary Museum. And this museum of English language. In called after we say, but we are improved language. It improved long time ago. It developed long time ago, not only here in South Africa, but across the world. And we said, but the department is funding. Part of the reason why Afrikaans and English developed to the level where they are was because of being backed up by institutions like research institutions and so on, foundations and all of that. That's why but Makhanda is located to speak such, and we're improving English. No, but we need to change this narrative because it's not helping and it's not talking to what we're talking about today, the indigenous languages. Because we want it to be developed. It's a course as well. Now, I'm raising this to say that the issue of the indigenous languages is what we have seized. That people, when they've been supported and graduated, don't talk about it. Doesn't to go out and say we do A, B, C, E. We're focusing on the job more than publicity. And these milestones we're highlighting today, 5 terminology and functional national terminology register for hosting terminology projects developed in the country in various fields and domains to assist with the pooling and utilization of resources in the terminology development. The register will be used as a coordination tool which will fast track the development of the National Terminology Bank. The second one is a strengthening partnership with language research networks. The department is intending to partner with institutions of higher learning in terms of funding research projects that can strengthen multilingualism. Thirdly, prioritizing development of sign language towards officialization. This involves initiating, supporting projects to document sign language data to standardize South African Sign Language. I hope some of you did notice when we started the meeting today and sang the national anthem, the sign language national anthem. We will have to you don't choose what in Cape, for instance, your mother tongue is isiXhosa, and you have quite a number when you are in Limpopo, Shivenda, Shitsonga, Sipedi, and so on. If you are in KwaZulu Natal, isiZulu, that's your mother tongue, or mother language. Or a deaf person. What is it? Because they can't hear, even though you speak isiZulu, give birth to a child, but you can't say AmaXhosa or AmaZulu. Or we used to speak a language called isiZulu. It's no longer there. So we should protect what we have. We are proud to honor the efforts of Kutegi, this dictionary would not have been possible. Today, her presence with us here. Thank you very much. She has single-handedly promoted her language and selflessly given her to language preservation and promotion. Without her efforts, the work of the academics, the researchers involved, and the creation of this dictionary would not have been possible. It is with great pride that I shall present a copy of this dictionary to her as a means of ensuring the protection of the cultural identity and dignity of her people, who are our people as well. We say indeed that what we do in the present, as President Azakiwe would have said, is a prophecy of the future. And the steps we take now to grow our languages will shape the new road on which new generations will travel, armed with linguistic inheritance, their birthright, and source of strength. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Mr. Minister Nyambose. Now, to follow on the Minister's important message of acknowledging those in our midst, the next item is on today's program. We honor an Indigenous language warrior, custodian, and most important, teacher, Chief Omar Esau. Omar Esau is the only remaining fluent speaker of the new Ngu. I apologize. Ngu. I will get myself the app and the dictionary. Of the Ngu. Ngu is the sole survivor of the two cluster of languages spoken in what is now South Africa. Omar Katrina, supported by her daughter Claudia du Plessis, have fought an often lonely, decades-long struggle to save an ancient language and promote its uptake by young people. For her excellent contribution to the preservation of a language that is facing a threat of extinction, her determination to make the project successful has inspired a young generation to learn. Omar Katrina was awarded the National Order of the Baobab in silver in 2014 by the presidency. She is also the recipient of several more honors, and her community has named her the Western, I hope I say this right, Nge tribe. And her community has named her the Queen of the Western Nge tribe in 2015. Mr. Minister, please, and Omar, can receive your prize.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Ngu Language Dictionary.
Moakie, Uhuniki. Goeiemiddag almal. Minister. Pansap mense wat nog hier is. Julle is die dokters wat julle is almal gegroet. As die dokter hier staan en praat, dan noem sy die en die en die en minister en maar ek kan nie. Men nu nog moet aan jou anada. Kan jy ook in moedtaal, dan kan jy ook die name verstaan. Om te onthou wie is wie nie. Ek sê net al die manier, kom ek op by minister, is net manier, dokter net manier, die vrou. Nou maar, ek is baie bly vir hierdie dag van vandag. As 'n vrou hierdie van die skool gesien, as 'n vrou hierdie wat met 'n stikkende hart hier staan, hierdie boek gemaak. Mense, ek het 5 boeke gemaak. Ek en die kind, sy is die skrywer, die sekretaris van die taal, van die moedtaal. En ek dink, iemand wat nie skool gehad het nie. Vandag, my 5de boek. Ook as jy dit geskryf, ek het die moeite geag om te sit, om met die moedtaal te praat. Het een meneer gesê, die taal is nie swaar nie. Mense taal is nie swaar nie. En dat is waar. Maar toch vir die ander mense is hy swaar. Ek moes, nou ek het altyd die skoolkinders, wanneer die skole uit is, dan sit ek met hulle. Daai 2 ure. En die wat ek nou by die huis het, ek praat, dat is swaar om die moedtaal te leer verander. Maar die begeerte van my hart, doen ek dit. Omdat ek dan nou al die nagespreker is, die moedtaal. En nou, om met my grootjies, toe ek groot word, toe lewe my grootjies. Toe ek boer ek in die moedtaal is my huistaal. Ek het die ander tale verstaan nie, ek het die Afrikaans verstaan nie, ek het net moedtaal gepraat. Dat is vir my baie seer. Dat is vir my baie hartseer. Toen die ma sterwe, dat was nie hoeveel jaar toe sterwe my pa. My oma, my opas, toe is hulle gesterwe. En elkeen wat sterwe, sterwe met sy moedtaal. Elkeen wat sterwe, sterwe met sy moedtaal. My oom, my auntie, my nevens. Almal. Dit is seer. Mense sê, daar is mense wat sê, ek lieg. Ek ken nie die taal nie. Maar die Here ken. My 2 grootsusters is nou was hier is nog 'n paar mense wat my huis toe gegaan het. Ek wil nie so hê nie. Daar is 'n wonderse leefplek. 'n blyplek daar. Ons 'n blyplek daar. Ek hou nie van dit van ek werk te zwaar om in zo'n plek te bly. Dat is my sak. Maar baie dankie my mense. Baie dankie minister. Baie dankie CEO. Jy het die huis gesien. Die CEO die huis gesien. Pensap ek ken my huis. Moremi sien ek ook hier so nie. Toe ek gekom het. Die mense ken my huis. Baie kere dan vraag ek sommer van die stad afgeert. Nou ek kan nie anders nie. Ek wil die werk laat voortgaan. Ek wil die werk, ek wil hê die werk, ek wil hê die taal moet lewe. As ek doodgaan, dan wil ek hê, ek moet al meer mense, as hulle by my kom, met hulle vir my sê, Ngoenkia, dat jy kaba. En ek kan vir hulle terug sê, na kaba. Goeiemiddag, hoe gaan dit met jou? Hoe gaan dit met jou? Nee, dit gaan goed met my. Na kaba. Ja, my mense. Ek is bly dat ek vandag, dat ek hier gekom staan het in Pretoria. Hier waar die grootkoppe is. Die grootkoppe, hulle ken nie my storie nie, hulle hoor net. Nee, omdat ek het in die lewe lekker. Daar, hoe my die lewe lekker daar. Daar, hy het nou lekker, hulle my sien op die TV. Hey, die oma, want hulle sê so daar in Appington. Hulle sê so daar. Hierdie oma, hy lewe lekker. Hy sit op die geld, hy loop op die geld, hy slaap op die geld. So sê die mense. My mense, baie dankie. Weet jy, ek lag net vir julle, want julle is baie lieflik, maar my hart is stikkend. Maar ek is net bly oor die boek. Ek is net bly oor hierdie boek. Baie dankie, ministers. Baie dankie, dokters. Baie dankie, vriende. Only you.
Please, may we have another round of applause for Oma Katrina. That was history in the making. How lucky we are to have been here today. Oma, ons is baie dankbaar that die Here has kept you. I did my best. Ons is baie dankbaar. And Claudia, how blessed and what a responsibility you have. It will now one day rest onto your shoulders. Minister Siabong, I think on that note, it is now time for an intermission. I hope we are ready for one. Are we ready? I think we deserve a break so that my colleague Victor can take over. A cultural item, yes. Are we ready, Doctor? I do believe we... No, not this doctor. Sorry, Minister, I mean, I imagine they're still in preparation. I was hoping that we could take a bit of a breather after that very poignant moment, just to process it all. I do. But in that case, we should move forward with the next item, which I have left on my chair. Yes, it isn't. Siyabonga. I think also in the interest of time, perhaps we should move ahead. Then perhaps we'll have a longer lunch and we move forward, Minister, with your permission and the doctor's permission. We move to the next item. The cultural performance is... Are they ready? Not ready. That is also fine. So we will then move on to the role of Pan-South African Language Board in advancing Indigenous language. And this paper or this presentation will be presented to us by the chairperson of the Pan-South African Language Board, Professor L. Makubu Badenhorst. Thank you very much. Hi.
Mqondisi wohlelo umphathisa umhlonishwa ngiyazi ukuthi uzothuthuka uthi iqhu kodwa ngikubingelele ngaphambi kokuthi ke uthi iqhu kule yandlu ngiyazi uDDG uKhumalo, the Unesco Secretary General Bomokwebo ngimbonile kodwa ngisazi ukuthi ushone phi. Ditsong CEO Omakatrina ngiyazi ukuthi ke uyaphuma olukhunjana umhlobo wenene wami, chairpersons of various entities, professors from various universities. Ngiyobe angenzi ubulungiswa ukuthi ke ngingasho ngingabingeleli ngokukhethekileyo umuntu oyimento yami. Ngisuka kude naye uSolwazi usihawukele ngubani. Ngiyazi ukuthi ngila ngikhona uSolwazi uthisha wami uyimento yami. Ngiyazi you know, become nervous, you're not too sure whether you're doing the right thing or not. But as my mentor, I wish to acknowledge him in the house. I wish to also acknowledge various academics and professors from various universities, the deans of faculties, academics, students, and also I wish to acknowledge the interpreters. I am an interpreter by profession because as interpreters, we are the one who ensure that our indigenous languages are used. If it wasn't for those people in the booths, I was there once. I miss you guys and I salute you. I know the wonderful job that you are doing in the booths, in the interpreting booths, and including the South African Sign Language interpreter. I also salute you, because you are conveying this in an indigenous language, which is South African Sign Language. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just say all protocols observed. Ngaphambi kokuba ngiqale ngiloku engizokukhuluma kuye kwangihlaba umqhele ukuthi ke uMinister uye wakhuluma ngale uDDG nge-South African South African Sign Language Video Dictionary. Saseparlamente mfundisi nangilapha phambi kwami uyavuma naye sasinaye lapha ya silokhunjana silontsha ngokuhlanganyela ne-National Institute for the Deaf. Ngibingelele futhi nangokukhethekileyo ngiyoba ngenza ubulungiswa ngoba so-Penselb u-CEO nangumuntu osiholayo uMr. Lance Schultz. So-ke ulapha ngibingelele ngokukhethekileyo. Ngaphambi futhi kokuba ngiqhubeke uMinister ukhulume ngilokhu ngabantu base-China, that in China or the Chinese people, when they communicate, even if they do understand the language or English, they make use of interpreters. You can look at the person and the person will not utter a single word in a foreign language. They will use their indigenous language. But when it comes to us as Africans, we do not. We want ukuthi sibhidilishe isiNgisi. English is my 9th language. So excuse me if nami isiNgisi ngisibhidilisha. Ngibua Sotho, ngiyabulela, ngiyakhuluma, ngiyazikhuluma zonke izinto, kodwa-ke yobe la ngizonyathela khona makhona abantu abakhuluma isiNgisi. Okunye futhi engizokusho la ukuthi-ke uma uya kwamanye amazwe, let me probably say this in a language, in a foreign language, that we once visited ilokhunjana kwelinye ilizwe sesiphethwe indlala. We were in Cologne in Germany, noGugu Mkhize, professor. Masilaphaya bonke abantu abakuleya ndlu, they were using is German. And we were hungry. We wanted to get some food. And uGugu says, hey, so wenze njani manje la ngoba labantu abasizwa ukuthi sithini. Sabathe siyabuza ukuthi yini le abasizwa, yini le abasizwa in English. Ngathi mina hayi asishaya umageba. Sadla umageba. Hey, basukuma bonke abantu endlini beza kuthina ukuthi, hey, what language are you speaking? Where do you come from? You don't use English. We thought we are from America. Ngoba ngaleso sikhathi umuntu wayenza ama-dreads, ingane zamanje bathi ama-box braids. So because of that, they thought that we are Americans. Ngathi hayibo, kahleni bakwethu. Siqhamuka phansi kwaZulu Natal eGagasini, sikhuluma isiZulu. Kwaba imabe kwazi ukuthi baselekelele. Basibuza-ke basebenzisa-ke hayi le sign language le. Enye sign language yabo. Sathola ukudla. Ngani? Because we used our indigenous language. Should we have proceeded, thank you, using a foreign language, probably we would have been hungry even today. No, I'm joking. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to talk about the role of PenSALP, and this is the support message that we are offering as PenSALP. And as PenSALP, the Pan South African Language Board. But maybe let me correct this. Please, ladies and gentlemen, professors, academics, and everybody else who's in the house, we are not PenSLAP. Don't slap us, please. We are PenSALP. No matter how many times we say this, they say PenSLAP, PenSLAP. No, asiyena uPenSLAP, uPan South African Language Board, PenSALP, not PenSLAP. Ngiyazicelela bakwethu ngoba nje angiyena mina usihlalo webhodi la kaPenSLAP cha. Usihlalo webhodi lePenSLAP. So bengicabanga ukuthi ke angilungiseke kuloko. So coming back to what, I won't be long because I'm just giving few minutes. The role of PenSALP in advancing previously marginalized languages. And the constitutional section 6.2, it's recognizing the historically used and status of indigenous languages of our people. The state must take practical action to elevate the status and advance the use of these languages. Ngiyashesha interpret. As a fellow interpreter, maybe I need to slow down. When I read, I tend to read fast, but I'll try and accommodate you. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, PenSALP's constitutional mandate is as follows: to promote and create conditions for the development and use of all official languages. The Khoi and San languages, njengoba sila u-Oma Katrina siyaluthuthukisa ulimi lwakhe, including i-South African Sign Language, mhlonishwa i-sign language ikhona. However, I need to indicate that there is nowhere in the constitutional mandate that pencil must focus solely on the indigenous
round of applause for the muses. You know, the songs they were, anyway, let me not, you can't talk about a song after it's been performed, so we'll move on. We'll move on. Otherwise, what are you saying about the performance? We'll have more of that. Thank you. We're going to shuffle the program a bit, Minister, with your permission, and ask that we take the Executive Secretary of the African Academy of Languages to come and deliver his address as the guest speaker, Dr. Lala Fafa Tamfa. Now listen to how musical that name is. This is applause. I don't know which indigenous language that is. I've not seen Africans who applaud in a very soft, like, Where have you seen an African beating a drum like that? You got to blast the thing. A round of applause. Just put my... Looking for the file. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorable Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture. I would greet the Legend of Sea also. She's been protecting her language from dying. The senior leaders of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an immense pleasure for me today to participate in this international meeting to launch the International Decade of Indigenous Languages as a mechanism to promote and preserve indigenous languages on the African continent. The objective is to pave the way to ensure that indigenous African languages are developed, promoted, preserved, and used in various domains, and to bring stakeholders and other participants to seek and devise strategies and share best practices on the promotion of African indigenous languages. On behalf of Her Excellency, Minata Samate Sisuma, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development of the African Union Commission, I congratulate and thank the Ministry of Sport, Arts and Culture and its Department of Sport, Arts and Culture of the Republic of South Africa for this immense contribution in the implementation of the United Nations resolution that declared 2022-2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, following the very successful 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages. Assembly resolution 18 December 2019 proclaimed 2022-2032 as the International of Indigenous Languages as an outcome of the 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages, just said it. They are sadly designated Unesco to serve as the lead agency for the International Decade in collaboration with other relevant agencies within existing resources. The resolution also invited member states to consider establishing national mechanisms with adequate funding for the successful implementation of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, in partnership with Indigenous people as custodians of their own languages, to initiate and develop appropriate measures for the implementation of the International Decade. The aims of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, amongst others, are to draw attention, the Honourable Minister said it here, to the critical loss of indigenous languages and the urgent need to preserve, revitalize, and promote them, and take urgent steps at the national and international levels. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, indigenous languages, as we know, are languages native to a country and spoken as the first language by some or all of its citizens, carrying a people's knowledge, culture, and identity. The Honourable Minister said it here again. Therefore, indigenous languages do not only identify origin or membership of a community, they equally carry the values of the ancestors of the people concerned and their indigenous knowledge system as well. Indigenous languages are not merely meant for communication, but also extensive and complex system of knowledge that have developed over time. Indigenous languages are central to the identities of indigenous people, the safeguarding of their cultures, views, and visions of the world, and hence an expression of their autonomy and self-reliance. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the African Academy of Languages, ACALAN, as the African Union Specialized Language Institution, entrusted with the task of empowering African languages by developing and promoting them as a factor of African integration, of 19 December, proclaiming 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages initially. ACALAN and Unesco organized the African Regional Meeting on the 2019 International Year of Indigenous Languages on 30 and 31st July 2019 at the headquarters of the African Union in Addis Ababa. The meeting was attended by members of the Steering Committee for the organization of the International Year of Indigenous Languages, representatives of UNESCO's Knowledge Division, representatives of the African languages, organs, and working structures, indigenous leaders and elders, and indigenous peoples' organizations, members of the civil society, members of commissions, and the leaders and representatives of youth organizations. At the end of the meeting, participants representing both at home and in the diaspora at the African Year of Indigenous Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, the African of the African Union, express our gratitude 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages. 31st July 2019. While congratulating the United Nations Organization for the proclamation of 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages, we acknowledged that the use of the word indigenous languages as defined is a misnomer in the African linguistic reality, and hereby state that for the African Union, all African languages are indigenous languages to the continent and serving as the mother tongue Africans. We further state that in accordance with the African Union's Language Plan of Action for Africa, all languages of Africa are expected to be developed and used for Africa's development in partnership with the languages inherited from the colonial past: English, French, Portuguese, Spanish. In light of the foregoing declaration that all African languages are indigenous languages in Africa, we considered the United Nations proclamation of 2019 as the International Year of Indigenous Languages as another opportunity to, as the lead, to coordinate the activities of the year in the celebration and advocacy for the development of African languages as indigenous languages to Africa, in the same vein as our previous actions in favor of Unesco's advocacy for the use of mother tongue in education and the need to enhance the maintenance and sustenance of linguistic and cultural diversity for the preservation of knowledge and culture. We further acknowledge the diversity of African languages. All African languages are important to the sustainable development and peace on the continent. Therefore, while recognizing the right of the indigenous peoples and indigenous languages, and therefore the African peoples and the African languages, we acknowledge the need to decolonize or reveal the meaning of indigenous languages in the on the African continent marked by colonization. ACALAN is now collaborating with UNESCO in implementing the United Nations resolutions of 2019, declaring 2022-2032 as the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. On May 25 and 26, UNESCO and ACALAN organized to consult on the Global Action Plan for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages as an immediate response to the implementation of the resolution. The Global Action Plan was to lay the foundation for a joint action, provide guidance and implementation, monitoring and evaluation, and the governing structures, and suggest measures to be taken together by UN systems, entities, governments, indigenous peoples organizations, broader civil society, academia, the private sector, and other interested actors in order to achieve the major objectives. Participants of the African Consultative Meeting came from government institutions, indigenous peoples organizations from Africa, African Union specialized institutions and organs, public organizations, academia, and members of the Global Task Force for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. The broad objective of the African Consultative Meeting was to reflect on the relevance of the principles articulated in the draft Global Action Plan, the possible outcomes to those principles in light of the scientific and technological development and the evolution of established practices. The consultation thus sought to better understand the potential role of indigenous languages as a development tool for the preparation of the Global Action Plan of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. And share knowledge about best practices, particularly with respect to the implementation and evaluation of the decade's activities. Improve monitoring at national, regional, and global levels and of the initiatives, and identify matters concerning the African region that requires further evidence and analysis. The meeting is a milestone. This meeting is on and towards the implementation of the decade's activities, and therefore the promotion of African languages at large as effective factors of African integration and development. Honorable Minister, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the Language Plan of Action for Africa that was developed right back in 1984 by the OAU Inter-African Bureau of Languages was reviewed by the first session of the AU Conference of Ministers of Culture in December 2005 in Nairobi, Kenya, which adopted it as an important instrument for guiding the formulation and implementation of language policies and programs in Africa. The revised version of the plan was adopted by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the Member States of the African Union in 2006 in Khartoum, Sudan, at the same time with the Statute of the African Academy of Languages, the revised Charter for the African Cultural Renaissance, and other relevant documents called the Khartoum Declaration. In terms of its objectives and principles, the Language Plan of Action for Africa encouraged each member state of the African Union to develop a clearly defined language policy, ensure that all languages within the boundaries of member states are recognized and accepted as a source of mutual enrichment, liberate the African peoples from undue reliance on the utilization of non-African languages as the dominant official languages of the state in favor of collaborating with the former colonial languages. I just wanted to reiterate here that the African Academy of Languages, ACALAN, edition of the African Languages Week for the year 2022 was linked to the 2021 theme of the African Union. The Honourable Minister mentioned it here, which was arts, culture, heritage, levers for building the Africa we want. Therefore, the theme of the African Languages Week for 2022 was African languages, levers for building the Africa we want. Likewise, as part of the recommendations of the preparatory meeting, the theme of the 2023 African Languages Week, the coming one, January 2023, of the African Languages Week, was suggested to be African languages for sustainable food security, cultural and socio-economic development for the Africa we want, in line with the African Union's theme for 2022, which is strengthening resilience in nutrition and food security on the African on the African continent, strengthening agro-food system, health and social protection systems for the acceleration of human, social and economic capital development, reflecting on the African Union's theme for 2022. In the same vein, the slogan for the year 2023 was set as "What we speak and what we eat makes Africa great." The African Languages Week Coordinating Committee also identified the following sub-themes for the 2023 edition of the African Languages Week: African languages and nutrition for better education, African languages and mass mobilization for food security, and African languages for cultural food economy. All the recommendations were succinctly reviewed during the virtual meetings of the committee. The main role of the committee, we said it, is to stimulate more dynamism for the development and promotion of African languages. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the most challenging part of our language development work we try to surmount has been to have attitude change vis-a-vis the statuses, the capacities, the capabilities of African languages and cultures, especially the attitude of we Africans ourselves. Language matters have not been the development discourse of most decision makers of most states. This reflects the lack of a sense of support for African languages at the policy-making level, because most policymakers put culture and languages at the periphery of their development programs. Yet, the role of African languages in the socio-economic development of a nation cannot be overemphasized. Language is essential to the identity of a people. It is a factor of sustainable development and builds a harmonious relationship in local and global contexts. Language is the principal means of communication and interaction for humans in a manner that enables the sharing of common ideas. In fact, the acquisition of language skills is one of the primary means of advancement that enable humans to flourish and to distinguish themselves from other species. The primary purpose of languages or language is effective communication, we know, which in turn is an important prerequisite and ensures development if it relates the intended meaning as a vehicle to achieving the set goals and not an end in itself. It is therefore a means to education and promotes the identity of citizens of the nation and hence national unity and sustainable socio-economic development in a larger perspective. Therefore, rather than seeing African languages and cultures as burden and a hindrance to the political process, the economy, social cohesion, and nation building And rather than limiting African languages to mere communication at the local level, they should be an integral part of the factors of national development and Africa's integration, and this is what the Ministry of Arts, Ministry of Sport, Arts and Culture, and its department are realizing. Indigenous language empowerment is a very long process, but a necessity to include the people of the nation in their own development. And the process, we are embracing Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Before concluding, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, and the department, and the entire government and people of South Africa, on behalf of Her Excellency, Minata Samati Sisuma, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development of the African Union Commission. All Africa would emulate South Africa to launch, to develop the roadmap for the International Decade for Indigenous Languages. I don't know if I have time again to continue. Time is up. Because when we start talking about African languages, we don't stop. But I would have to come back here and present what Akalan is doing as projects and activities. And with that note, I would say, long live the Republic of South Africa, long live the African Union, African languages for a peaceful, prosperous, integrated, and healthy Africa. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana mzee. Can you smell the lunch? Thank you. Thank you very much. Language is not just for communication, for commercial value, for academic exercise, for science, investigation, research, everything. That's the
of them. So are we conscious? Or are we conscious of the fact that in this project of multilingualism, it's inevitable that how the preservation of our languages, how we see them, may not be guaranteed? How many of us are mindful of that? The second point that I want to talk about quickly is this decade that we're talking about. I've been in this business for a few decades, and every year we diagnose the problem. I think by now we know what the problem is. It's about time we move to the how, right? Here in Gauteng, we have schools that are multilingual. It's well and good to say we need to teach our children in our languages. But how do we do it? That's a question we have to ask. It's good to talk about they do it in China, but do you know that China practices monolingualism? It's good to say they do it in Germany, but do you know that in Germany they practice monolingualism? So it's easier if you're dealing with one language. Perhaps we should begin to look at countries that practice official multilingualism like us and say, okay, we know that a country like Switzerland practices multilingualism. We know that a country like Belgium practices multilingualism. How do they do it in Belgium? How do they make sure that Dutch, French, and Italian, they coexist? How do they do it? That is the question that we have to ask in this decade. Otherwise, at the end of this decade, someone will be standing here and say, our children should be taught in their home languages. We shall have missed a whole 10 years. So I'm challenging all of us to say, perhaps we need to change gears and begin to talk about the how, because we've already diagnosed the problem. That was me talking as an academic. Now let me talk as a committee member. Okay, I have to do two things, speak and, my talk is really based on these 4 bullet points. These 4 bullet points. And Dr. Kumalo this morning spoke about this being long overdue. She is right. She is right. The South African Language Practitioners Council has been in the works for close to 2 decades. Now, to demonstrate how long it has been in the works, when it was first tabled as a bill in Parliament, I was a language practitioner then. I'm no longer I'm still a language practitioner, but I've changed gears. That's like 18 years ago. So it's long overdue, right? We should now be talking about it, all of us seeing it in reality, as opposed to it being in our books. Now, what is the South African Language Practitioners Council? The South African Language Practitioners Council, or perhaps let me begin by saying, in South Africa, we have councils that regulate certain professions, like teachers, educators. There is the South African Council for Educators. If you are not registered with SACE, and a principal hires you, or the SGB hires you, they are performing an illegal act. You have to be registered with SACE for you to professionally work as an educator. So that's what we want. That's what we want for this profession. So today, anybody can be employed. Anybody who has the courage to say, oh, I understand 2, 3 languages, whether they studied them academically, it's irrelevant. You know, how many of us have been in places where, when, February International Mother Language Day, someone just moves around with a paper and say, oh, what language do you speak? Oh, I speak, translate. What language do you speak? Translate. That happens all the time, isn't it? So a council like this will ensure that something like that does not happen. We're trying to give, or this act will give the status that the language profession deserves. Where does it come from? It comes from Act number 8 of 2014, otherwise called South African Language Practitioners Act. It was passed to regulate the language profession in South Africa. Now, the South African Language Practitioners Council, a juristic person, will be responsible for implementing the Act. I'm not going to go into the Act. I've given you the name of the Act. You can always go there and read it for yourself. And when we talk about language practitioners, we don't just talk about anybody who has the courage to do language work. We talk about people who studied this, people who have been trained to be language practitioners, people who are doing language work. We're referring to, among others, the list is endless. We're talking about translators, interpreters, language planners, terminologists, lexicographers, and text editors. Now, for you to legally work in South Africa, you would have to register with this council. So this council will hold you accountable, just like if you are an advocate and you're registered with a bar and you present shoddy workmanship, you can be disbarred, right? If you are not doing what you do as a teacher, your status as a teacher can be withdrawn and you may not legally work as a teacher. I've already made the point that what says is to educators, and South African National Council is to nurses. This council will be to language practitioners. The next slide. So, as members of the Department of Arts, or Sports, Arts and Culture, so it befitting that in order for it to have this established, it needed to have people from outside the department, right? Industry experts. So we were appointed in 2021, which is last year, and studied to end our term of office by another year. So we'll be in office until early part of next year. So we've been mandated to advise and work with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture in the establishment of this council. So the committee comprises, like I said, language practitioners from state-owned enterprises, from academia, as well as industry. So we are a group of people who come from different areas of work, albeit all of us being language practitioners. We do hold meetings on a regular basis, and then we meet with the department to give it feedback on what we've done, and also take stock of our progress. 2 more slides to go. Now, what is our work? What is our work? What have we done so far? So far, we have managed to secure, right? We have managed to secure office space where the council will be based. I do not have a mandate to disclose where that specific space is. Otherwise, I'll get into trouble if I attempted to even disclose that to you. So it's safe to say we have secured office space. So the council or the office bearers of the council will have, laptops. They will have, a workstation. So we have done preparatory work for the appointment of a board. If you read the Act, it talks about a board being responsible for the strategic direction of the council. So the board's responsibility would be to hire office bearers. So they won't be full-time members of the council. They will be responsible for employing a CEO who will be the accounting officer. He or she will then report to the board. They'll be responsible for hiring other staff members. I think this is regular. We know how boards work. We know how CEOs report to the board and stuff like that. So all things being equal, the council will start its work in 2023. I would not say which month, but you can hold us accountable if it's not up and running in 2023. So at the appropriate time, the Minister of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture will announce through a government gazette when the council will be will be in office. I said I had 2 small slides. I was actually left with 1 slide. I wanted to gauge the mood in the room. Now that I've come to the end of my presentation, thank you very much. At the question and answer session, if there are questions about the council, I will be glad to take further questions on that. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank goodness for that. You know, whenever I watch soapies in South Africa or telenovela or what, I have beef with the translation, eh? So maybe that will create a standard eventually, and everybody, before they say they can translate. Because, you know, I'm North Sotho. North Sotho is a group of languages, right? You find a character, it is. You find a character who's supposed to be from Bushbuckridge, speaking like somebody from Jane First. It doesn't work. Those people sound so different. And then the sentence starts with the Bulnechi language, and then Rampatele comes in, and then Namakhale comes in. We don't speak North Sotho like that. But anyway, I hope, Prof. Litzele, that will help, because we can't blame people if they don't have the support structure or the formation to make them professional. So big up to that. The last presentation before we take lunch, I promise you, just hang in there, hang in there. The last presentation before we take lunch. You see, I'm hungry. I can't even find the item on the program. They gave it to me. The significance of adhering to the legislative framework in promoting multilingualism. Let's hear from the Chief Executive Officer of PenSouth, Mr. Lance Schultz. A round of applause.
A very good afternoon. Molweni. Njani. Hayi ulambila yayazi mna. Yayazi yakwazi isithethe isiXhosa. I do appreciate that I have the unenviable task of being between yourselves and luncheon, so I'm going to try and be kind to you. I will go through the formalities, which I believe is quite important. So our Honourable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, who is now in absentia, Minister Nathi Mthethwa, I'd like to acknowledge him. I'd like to acknowledge our living legend, Oma Katrina Issa, who has now, I believe, departed from the venue. I was hoping she would be here because I was going to share a very light-hearted moment that I actually had with her, but we'll leave that for another chance. The Deputy Director General, Arts and Culture, Dr. Kumalo, the Chief Executive Officer, our host here at the Dutsong Museum of South Africa, Ms. A. Lebete, the CEO of the Heritage Council, Dr. Lukwareni, the Director of the Publishers Association of South Africa, Umpuka Redinku, the Secretary General, South African National Commission, or UNESCO, Mr. Umkwevo, the DG from the Department of Basic Education, Mr. Mweli, the Chairperson of the National Library of South Africa, Ms. Mabasa, my Chairperson of the Pan-South African Language Board, Professor Makubu Bodnorst, and the Executive Secretary of the African Academy of Languages, Dr. Dampa. And I would also like to recognize our translators. The translator standing next to me, it's not the first that she's provided translation services, so we're becoming accustomed, and I always have an appreciation also, and particularly to the work that's being done in the booth. It is an auspicious occasion for us, and I would also like to recognize the media, and the very limited media I might add. And I've said I'm going to make it my life's work that we are challenged in that the mainstream media is somewhat proliferated when they go for events. But it does seem as if when it comes to inviting them to language-related events, it becomes a challenge. Yeah, the old adage that bad news sells, and it seems that language itself is something that we are challenged to a large extent. the way we would get our message, and the quotient about language development is always going to be to what extent do we actually have media coverage. And I will certainly be making it my mission to point that out as we do try and invite them extensively to participate in events of this nature. And I must say I would like us to give another round to the publishing of the new dictionary. It's significant, and I believe we should give a round of applause to all the good work that went into that. I believe my presentation is flighted. And again, I believe that being between yourselves and luncheon, and a fairly technical topic, but I'm going to try and just explain the core concepts that's associated with this and the importance of it. My chairperson has also briefed yourself as the audience quite extensively in terms of our mandate. But of course, it's quite important that we utilize the ambit of the framework of our constitution, the various pieces of enabling legislation, and that we understand what it is that is our reference point and how does PANSALB actually work in support of that. The first slide that I've brought up there looks at all of the various pieces of legislation that we actually have to work towards, and to make sure that when we act in terms of the focus of multilingualism being promoted, protected and preserved in the country, when we talk about the work that we are doing with the protection and also the recognition for indigenous languages, what is our reference point that we have at this point in time? First and the most important is the Constitution. And of course, we know that the bedrock of our Constitution is the Bill of Rights and what is enshrined in there. And how does that enjoin us as society in terms of our work? I'd noted it was very good, a lot of our government events, we have the passports that you have there. Something that we're definitely going to be working towards is ensuring that we make that available in all of our official languages, including sign language. You'll see the flags as well. But we wonder why the Americans and the English, if I can use that as examples, are so patriotic. It's because they believe and they live and breathe their Constitution. They have it entrenched in their schooling systems. You will say it every morning. You become accustomed to it. To what extent do we actually embrace that? And I'm not only talking about the patriotism, I'm talking about to what extent language actually has an influence on that. So our Constitution, promulgated as one of the most democratic, forward-thinking and robust constitutions in 1996, is where a lot of our finding prescripts are found. The second is our Pan-South African Language Board Act. That was also quite important. We are undertaking a review. You can see that the Act is all of 22 years in existence, and we have found, and I'm going to share with you some of our thinking that we are wanting to do in that regard. Probably the latest that you will see in the slide is the Use of Languages Act. And that was intent to now extend the work of just broader societal issues related to language, but also to have a look at how the use of languages is impacted in our public sector as a domain and also in our education system. provinces as well as at a national level. And this is something we have to work in improving. Sorry, I need to synchronize myself, and it's quite a trick this, by the way. Eh? So you focused on this, you focused on the presentation, and you're looking at that. So it's a trick. All right, so the Pan-South African Language Board, and my chairperson had spoken about this briefly, but in essence, to the promotion and creation of conditions for the development of all of our official languages, and the Khoi, Nama, and San languages, and the work that's being done through the Khoi, San, and Nama Language Board is quite important, and it's something that we are giving quite a lot of resources. We spoke about a lot of the lexicographical work and orthography rules that has been established with this, and we're encouraged by the progress, and we'd like to see an exponential increase in the work that we are doing within that as well. Sign language we have spoken, and the introduction of the charter and the introduction of this as an official language, we believe is going to go a long way to ensure that they get equal access also to socioeconomic resources in our country. I'm going to proceed, and this presentation will be made available to members that would seek it as well. So going into detail, for the heart of this presentation is what the Bill of Rights makes provision for in terms of linguistic rights. The first and the most important is, it is a cornerstone, and I started by saying that in relation to our Constitution. And it's strongly worded in there that the state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights as is provided in the Bill of Rights. It binds and it enjoins the judiciary, the executive, as well as all organs of state in its working. It also says about everybody being equal before the law in terms of the protection, and then also having that equal benefit of the law. And lastly, the state cannot unfairly discriminate directly or indirectly against anyone in terms of any of the grounds that is mentioned in Section 9 relating to languages. I continue with it. Section 8 in the Bill of Rights provides that everyone has an inherent dignity and the right to have their dignity respected and protected. And we're finding this to become much more stronger in terms of societies. Government is talking about developing strong societal compacts or social compacts. We as PANSALB also believe that that is the way to go to ensure that we start with this upliftment, particularly with indigenous languages. Section 16, provides that everyone has the right to the freedom of expression, which includes the use of the languages of their choice. Section 30 provides that everyone has the use of their languages and to express that in the cultural life of their choice. But no one exercising these rights may do so in a manner inconsistent with any provision of the Bill of Rights. Those of you that are watching the media would see that this is a particular issue that our society is faced with at the moment. There seems to be a lot of societal discourse, and I believe the reflection and the inflection point that we should have as a society should be Section 30. I find that particularly media, when there are issues that's happening in our South African society, and there's certainly been an increase over recent time, this has always been our point of reflection. Section 35 provides that every accused has the right to a fair trial and the right to be tried in a language that the accused person understands, and if that's not reasonably practicable, to have the proceedings interpreted in that language. This is something we as PANSALB are working with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. We simply do not have adequate and the necessary skilled resources. I have spoken about this in the media of late also, and it's something that we are supporting the Department of Justice to ensure that people have a right to a free and fair trial if they are serving in a court of law. In terms of education with the use of language, Section 29, that everyone has the right to receive education in the official language or languages in their choice in public educational institution. And again, it is predicated here by the word where it is reasonably practicable. This has probably become a default position for us not being able to adopt and embrace multilingualism or offering mother tongue based education in our schooling system. We must say that working with the Department of Basic and Higher Education, huge strides has been made in terms of curricular development, and we now need to see that increase as well, not only in terms of the basic education, but also in terms of the higher education system. It goes with looking at ensuring that there's adequate corpus planning, that there's adequate status planning, that the necessary quality assurance is built into it, and that we ensure that the curriculum and the educators actually do adopt these practices as well with regard to language development. We've also seen significant improvement in the results of learners where they're actually taught in their mother tongue. So this is something that's not a nice to have, it's something that it's a need to have in our country. In order to ensure the effectiveness of access to rights to this, we need to ensure that these are taken account of, and I'd like to draw your attention to it. Is equity, which I believe is that parity that I had referred to, practicability. I think we need to revisit to what extent reasonable grounds for practicability as opposed to the enforcement regime to say that you will provide this level of mother tongue based education, and the need to redress based on the results of past racial discriminatory laws and practices. The Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, or PAPUDA for short, it was enacted to prevent and prohibit unfair discrimination and harassment, whether it be in places of work, places of residence, or within our institution. It was also enacted to promote equality and eliminate unfair discrimination. It prevents and prohibits hate speech. And with social media as it is, we're seeing a number of these cases coming to the fore of late. Language is stated ground that no one can be unfairly discriminated or language be used for hate speech purposes. PANSALP has the powers in terms of this act. Sorry, I think you're one slide behind and wondering where am I? So our powers that PANSALP has is to protect or promote respect of the violation of linguistic rights. I was very happy when the colleague here spoke also in this regard. And secondly, the protection and promotion of respect that can be effected either through mediation, conciliation, negotiation, or referring the dispute to the Equality Court. I'm coming very close to the end of my presentation. In terms of the PANSALP Act, was established in terms of the Act to fulfill very specific constitutional mandates, and I would say that it is enshrined within the legislative prescripts, the work that is being done. Importantly, I'd like to draw your attention to some other portions of work that we are discharged with doing, is the monitoring the observance of the constitutional provisions regarding the use of language without fear or favor, promoting knowledge and respect of the provision and principles of the Constitution relating to language-related matters. We must foster the respect of languages spoken in the Republic other than the official languages and encourage the use in appropriate circumstances to a large extent. PANSALP must investigate on its own initiative or on receipt of a written complaint any alleged violation of the language rights, language policy, or language practices. The Use of Official Languages Act, which was what I brought up at the onset of this presentation, was enacted to provide for the regulation and monitoring of the use of our official languages by national government or organs of state. It is something that we are beginning to drive much more aggressively to ensure that we understand what policy directives is in place, what are they doing to ensure that their language policies are in fact being used, and ensuring that we actually monitor that also in a very, very strong fashion. It's to promote the parity of esteem and equitable treatment of official languages, and I'd spoken about that earlier on, and to provide a complaints mechanism to enable members of the public to lodge complaints regarding the use of official languages by a national department, national public entity, or national public enterprise. We would like to encourage members of the public to utilize the channels and engage PANSALP so that we can seek redress and investigate any matters that are brought to the fore. sorry, I just want to proceed to the Municipal Systems Act. So the municipality is also quite important because this is an engine room of our economy, and this is where a lot of the issues where society has to engage the public sector actually takes place at the coalface at a municipal level. We have to ensure that the quality, the range, and the impact of municipal services is done in a manner that's conducive in terms of communication in particular. This is encouraged through the involvement of the local communities also. The municipality must develop the culture of municipal governance that complements formal representatives of government with a system of participative government or intergovernment relations between the three tiers of government, as we would also call it. Municipalities is required by law to communicate through the media, whether electronic, radio, or local newspapers, and again, where reasonably practicable, but certainly to ensure that they use languages that is endemic, or indigenous rather, within those regions. What is key to that is the communication must be in the official languages determined by the Council and having regard to language preferences within those particular areas. In conclusion, the board, and as my chair had correctly said, we are not PAN's lab. It's like you're stabbing us in the heart when we hear that acronym. So please get that correct. But the board may initiate or investigate legislation, policy, and practices dealing either directly or indirectly with language and the provisions and the prescripts of our Constitution. The board may summon any person to give evidence before it, in order to seek remedy with whatever matter is brought to the fore. If the board deems it necessary, it may advise the government to provide individuals or groupings who are adversely affected by gross violations of language rights with financial and other support. And I must indicate again that this is done without fear or favor. And I repeat, we exercise our function without fear or favor. And in conclusion, before I get thrown with something, it is clear from the presentation then that's given to you today that PANCEL is key to supporting our constitutional democracy. All state organs have an obligation to cooperate with PANCEL in discharging its obligations. We will continue to strive and drive towards strengthening the promotion, the protection, and the preservation of all of our languages and all of our indigenous languages also. All organs of state have an obligation to comply with PANCEL requests when exercising its monitoring mandate. It is therefore important for organs of state to comply with the legislative framework that is provided in terms of promoting and protecting linguistic human rights, and to avoid being subpoenaed where we deem it fit, and where we find that there is non-compliance. We will act within the ambit of the law, and we will subpoena where we feel that that needs to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I thank you for your attention, and apologies for keeping you between yourselves and your lunch plates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We still need to know about the structures and what they do and the laws and how everything comes together. So, unfortunately, lunch must be earned. Okay, lunchtime is here. Can we manage lunch in 30 minutes? We can. You're not going to be slow, eh? You're hungry, you want to mean business. And while you're at it, just the 11 official languages on that banner, I think there's a 12th one missing, especially in the context of where we are, you know. So when we come back, I'll quiz you, see if you know which 12th language is missing there from that board. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. I think it's somewhere here. Oh, yeah. All right. Yes, outside this side, they say these curtains will miraculously open. That's what they told me. So, okay. Okay, now he's signing to me, man. And then, of course, Prof and Refilwe, you lead the others, the VIPs, to the other lunch area as well. Okay. So enjoy your lunch. Let's talk in 30 minutes or so. When you see a performance, We're going to be so artistic in bringing you back here. There'll be a performance to bring you back. That's how seriously we take this lunch break. Thank you very much. Enjoy the lunch.
the stigmatized dialects or language varieties, particularly Balobedu. So now, in my presentation, I'm going to give you the historiographic analysis of how languages were standardized internationally, so that you can understand that in the South African context, we have got a problem. So the main objective of my presentation talks to the historiographic analysis of the partnership between the missionaries and the colonial government that gave birth to the stigmatization of the South African indigenous languages. The South African indigenous languages that I'm talking about in these presentations is your Isibata, your Ishubi, your Chironga, your Chilafuri, your Spulana, your Kilobedu, etc. So now, according to Sinfri Makoni 2005, he laments that in African countries, indigenous languages forms are typically referred to as vernaculars or dialects, whereas European linguistic forms are called languages. So he further argues that this terminology was part of the colonial discourse that aimed to stigmatize African languages over European languages. So now I want you colleagues to understand this part. So according to Sinfri Makoni, the person who decided that your Islubi, your Isbata, your Kilobedu, your Sipulana is a dialect, is not an African person. Is someone who traveled maybe from Germany, from England, and came here and say, this one is a language, this one is a dialect. So now, in this historia, let me go straight to the arrival of the missionaries in South Africa so that you can understand the gist of my presentation. I'm going to start with, I'll only encapsulate, I think, 5 languages. Your Xhosa, Sepedi, Setswana, and Xitsonga, and also Tshivenda. So now, in the 19th century, the standardization of Bantu languages was handled by missionaries. So in the case of Xhosa, Theodorus van der Kemp, from the Dutch missionary, was the first to live within an Xhosa tribe in 1799. So meaning that in 1799, the first dialect that this missionary learned to speak and write, meaning that this is the only dialect that was given attention, and at some stage it was elevated to the status of an official language. So meaning that the rest of the Xhosa dialects were stigmatized, were politically classified as the dialects of the Xhosa language. And it is important for people to understand that that decision did not accommodate the linguistic reasons. It only accommodated the administrative purposes of the previous regime. Bible translation, so meaning that in the case of Xhosa, that particular dialect, when they translated the Bible and other religious texts, they actually considered lexical items from that particular dialect. So now, in short, in the case of Xhosa, this language is based on the Galeqa and Ncika dialect. So the rest of the Xhosa dialects are not represented, were actually excluded in the standard version of the language. And the rest of the ethnic groups are expected to accept Xhosa as a symbol of their identity. In the case of Sepedi, Alexander Merinsky in 1860 was actually the first missionary who learned to speak and write Sepedi as a dialect. And it is for this reason that the Bible and other religious texts were actually translated into Sepedi, and the rest of the 26 dialects of this language were actually classified as dialects of the Sepedi language. The same applies to Xitsonga, which is based on the Nkuna dialect, and the rest of the 10 dialects were linguistically classified as the dialects of Xitsonga. Setswana is based on Sekhatla and Sihurutsi, and then the rest of the 9 varieties were classified as the dialects of Setswana. In the case of Tshivenda, Chipani dialect was considered as the basis of the standard language, and the rest of the dialects, the rest of the ethnic groups were actually classified as Chivenda dialects. And the qualitative variables or contributing factors that led to that stigmatization is because the missionaries considered that these were the first dialects that they learned to speak and write, and they were the first to be codified. Codification meaning that when we reduce the language into writing, so the codification started with the so-called superior dialects. So meaning that had the missionaries who were involved in the standardization of Sepedi, had they settled in Mapulaneng, meaning that Sipulana would have been considered as the basis of the standard language. And they settled in Muawen, where Chigubu is spoken, meaning that Chigubu would have been considered as the basis of the standard language. And they learned to speak Isibata, meaning that the standard Isxhosa would have been based on Isibata. And these dialects, according to them, somehow they were associated with historical value, and some of them are still associated with political power and influence. It is important to understand that we can't talk about the status of official languages without talking about politics, because language is part and parcel of politics. So now, when I said I want you guys to understand the partnership between the missionaries and the colonial government, so those who understand the principles of language standardization, you realize that there's a problem with how these languages were standardized, because the first three principles that govern language standardization were compromised. Your selection, your acceptance, your codification. How were they compromised? When we talk about the selection, meaning that the speakers of that particular community, the speakers of that particular language, has to select, has to choose that as speakers of Isxhosa or Chivenda or Sepedi, we are selecting this particular language in order to serve as the basis of the standard language. But in the case of African countries, people were not given that opportunity to decide. It was missionaries who decided. Second principle talks to acceptance, meaning that the speakers of the language have to accept that as Sepedi, we have selected Sepedi dialect to serve as the standard, as the basis of the standard language. But in our context, the process was not consultative. It was just an imposition to say the language is Sepedi and the rest are dialects. The language is Xhosa and the rest are dialects. The language is Chivenda and the rest are dialects. So all three principles of language standardization have been compromised. Your transparency, consultation, and also linguistic justification. I've already indicated that this standardization process already, it undermined the principles of language standardization, because people were not consulted. It was just an imposition from the colonial government to people, to those who are actually at grassroots level. So now, internationally, I want to explain to you colleagues and understand how languages should be standardized. So in my presentation, the problem is not the standard languages, but is the process that was followed when these languages were standardized. In 1931, Clement Doak from Wits University was actually requested to go to Zimbabwe and unify the dialects of the Shona language. So when he went there, all the dialects that were grouped under Shona were actually combined, and they formed a new standard language. But in the case of South African indigenous languages, they did not combine lexical items from different ethnic groups or from different dialects. They only considered what they viewed as superior dialects, because these dialects were actually spoken by prominent people by that time. You go to the Philippines. In the Philippines, one of the dialects that is spoken there is Tagalog. So in the Philippines, Tagalog was recognized as the national language. But it was never accepted, because the speakers of the other dialects felt like they are not represented in the standard language. Until in 1959, when they decided to incorporate lexical items from other dialects so that the standard version of the language can unify everyone who speaks that particular language. They even went further in 1959 to rename the language so that they can separate it from group. And immediately after 1959, they renamed Tagalog into Filipino, and people accepted accepted Filipino as a symbol of their identity, because when they viewed the standard language, they saw themselves, because the lexical items from different dialects were actually incorporated in that particular standard language. So now, Section 2 of the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Act 41 of 2003, it also compounds the problem, and somehow it contradicts Section 6.1 of the South African Constitution, because it recognizes, it talks about 8 kinships and queenships that are recognized in the country. And according to this framework, there is no queenship or language, there is no queenship or kinship without a culture and without a language. And when you check here, if you can check here, colleagues, majority of the kinships that are recognized in this framework have got the official language. But when you check the Abatembu kinship, when you check Amampondo kinship and the Balobedu kinship, they don't have the official language that is attached to the kinship. But the very same framework dictates that there is no kinship or queenship without a culture and without a language. So now it goes back to what I said when I started with my presentation, when I say Section 6.1 of the Constitution, when it talks about official languages, and Section 7 talks about all languages that are commonly used in South Africa. So you realize that there is a constitutional problem, because these other languages that are not official are not stipulated in the Constitution, except for South African Sign Language, Khoi, and Nama languages. But when you read the other framework that says there are more than 11 official languages, so where are those languages? Because we don't see them when we read the constitutional documentation. So now, because Kreta already indicated that people are not accepting what has been stipulated in the Constitution, I'll give you a practical example. And this is important, especially now when we talk about the intellectualization of South African indigenous languages. As we can go further to intellectualize these languages, but if people are not accepting these languages as a symbol of identity, it defeats the whole purpose. Somewhere in Zion, between Zion and Devil's Kloof, SGB was actually invited to come and advise on the issue of language policy. So the learners were actually given an opportunity to do Sepedi and English, but they refused. They said those learners should actually do Afrikaans and English, because according to them, Sepedi is actually a foreign concept, a foreign concept. So meaning that these people are not accepting Sepedi as a symbol of their identity, and they opted for their learners to do English and Afrikaans. Now, somewhere in 2018, even the president, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, indicated that on the issue of Kilobedu, this Kilobedu at some stage would be made one of the South African indigenous languages. So now I want to paint a picture. I know that this one is quite emotive, but I want you to understand that when I say other people are not accepting what has been stipulated in the Constitution. If you check this slide, when you check this slide, at the moment, there are about 8 South African universities that are teaching Sepedi as a first language. So when you visit all these universities, you'll find out that it is only the University of Pretoria and the University of Mpumalanga that are using the name Sepedi in the official and policy documentation. The rest of the universities like your UJ, your UNISA, your University of Limpopo, Univen, TUT, and also Northwest University, they actually opted to go with the name Northern Sotho. And remember, according to the Constitution, Sepedi is the official name. So that is a clear indication that these people are not accepting what has been stipulated in the section 6.1 of the Constitution. As much as they are violating the Constitution, but they are also sending a very strong message to say we have got problem with what with those languages that has been stipulated in the section 6.1 of the Constitution. So now when I encapsulate my presentation, I say there's a need to decolonize two things. Firstly, we need to decolonize the mind. Secondly, we need to decolonize the system. In the education sector, this thing of penalizing someone who's using Isibata or Kilobedu or Spulana in the standard language when they respond to the questions, while the lecturers and educators can literally understand what the learner is saying, it becomes a social justice issue, because meaning that the system is violating the linguistic rights of speakers of those marginalized dialects. So now there's a need to decolonize the mind, because at a general level, even people will tell you that the language that you speak is not the standard language. The Chivenda that you speak when is not Chivenda, when you are Moronga or Mgubu, when Shangani you're not Tsonga, when Mulobedi you're not Mupedi. So it sounds like a double oppression, because these people were never given an opportunity. Their languages were never considered when these languages were standardized. At a later stage, when learners and students try to use lexical items from their languages, are penalized, and a language cannot be separated from culture and identity. One has to be Mupulana before becoming Mupedi. One has to be Umubata or Umpondo or Umtrubi before becoming Umkosa. You have to be Muhuruzi before becoming Mutswana. So the issue of identity construction is also critically important, especially when we talk about indigenous languages. So there's a need to decolonize our minds, and people need to understand that people who came with the concept of dialect is not Africans. Alexander Merinsky traveled all the way from Germany, settled in Sukukuni, and says Sepedi is a dialect, the rest, and says Sepedi is a language, and the rest are dialects. And that is not fair. So it is important that when we talk about the intellectualization of these languages, we need to understand the injustice that was done to other African indigenous languages, so that we can be able to do the right thing. How do we do the right thing? We are so fortunate because we have got PENSELP. It has got its own substructures, your NLBs, your NLUs, your Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. So when they do terminology development, they should also make sure that they start incorporating lexical items, the languages, so that the standard version of the language can be accepted as a symbol of identity. All these legislative phrases that I've mentioned here, if you can check at the moment, there's no implementation of these policies. And one of the problems is because we have a problem with how these languages were standardized. We need to re-address the issue of standardizing languages as a symbol of identity. Now, in my conclusion, colleagues, I indicate that we need to understand how languages were standardized. The concept of dialect is a colonial concept. So as part of intellectualizing these languages, it is important to understand that this concept of dialect is just a colonial terminology that aimed to stigmatize African languages over South African indigenous languages. Thank you.
Wow. What a stirring presentation, Doctor. Wow. Dr. Rakgogo, ladies and gentlemen, from the Tshwane University of Technology. It clicked when he spoke, you know. But, angayisusa noma beyinini. Okay, so now to the economics of language, which is a concept I only discovered this morning through my very brief conversation with one of the professors. A very interesting concept. I now call on stage two distinguished professors from the South African Cultural Observatory, Professor A. Gous and Professor R. Haynes, to speak to us for 10 minutes about the economics of language. Professors, the stage is yours.
I tell you, these are extraordinarily hard acts to follow. You know, I'm not going to sing or dance. Anyway, on behalf of my and to distinguished guests and participants, and ladies and gentlemen, we to talk very quickly today about this particular report that we're working on, we're finalising for the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. It's on the economics of language, and it's an exploratory study by undertaking. Everyone was realising there's a subfield called the economics of language. And that's been developed internationally, and over time it's been applied, you know, to a number of developing economies, including South Africa, but not extensively, not sufficiently. And we believe it's very important because language in South Africa, these kinds of debates show the importance of looking for value. Value is extraordinarily important, and also how do we quantify, how do we measure? Also important in the study is to see how economists and social economists and others, development economists, can contribute to language policy and planning. Language policy and planning is often, you know, primarily an area where social linguists and certain social scientists are. You don't find many economists. And through this exploratory work, we find significant possibilities of that kind of work. And my colleague's Andre is going to talk more directly about it. But the economics of language is a small little interdisciplinary area, disciplinary area within economics. It has some interdisciplinary aspects to it. Some scholars trace its roots back to the work of Jacob Marshak, who started his career working in the Soviet Union, funny enough, in the Kiev area in the early days of the Soviet Republic. He then moved to Germany, then to England, to Oxford, and then to America. Then in 1965, he wrote a little piece called The Economics of Language. And he looked at, and he took a very sort of almost an analogy. He said, how do you design the communication controls for a fighter plane, keeping it as simple as possible? How do you refine that, and how do you look at the language and the economy of language? And he looked at thus the connection between language and economics. And that in turn developed into game theory in subsequent decades, and was applied among other perspectives to the economics of language. But the real thrust for the growth of the economics of language could be found in Canadian economists, and the Canadian economists were looking at identity politics, the French versus English speakers, and also the differential returns to language possession. You know, if you were French-speaking, English-speaking, and they also looked at the question of how language structured socioeconomic status, very much the kinds of issues we're looking at today. Subsequently, those sorts of ideas spread to the US, and there was a significant interaction between North American economists and people looking at inter alia, economists looking at inter alia. The question of immigrant earnings, the proficiency of English, the difference between white American, Hispanic, and Afro-American earnings, and so on and so forth. Adding value to these kinds of insights were kinds of approaches and theories, particularly the economics of education, and significantly within that, the work of Gary Becker, who'd been talking about human capital. Human capital gave the economics of education and the economics of discrimination a significant impetus. And those help structure the kinds of themes and areas of study that grew, and this kind of work spread to other parts of the world, and has continued in a modest way to diversify. And we think that there's significant opportunities for the application in South Africa. There has been some work by economists, but it's relatively modest and scattered. So there's opportunities for more substantive work. Also, if you're looking at some of the new directions in the economics of language internationally, one is actually the new work on the importance of narratives, the economics of narratives, and some economists have looked at the value of narratives, particularly stories going viral. So when you start looking at indigenous languages and the wonderful stories and the content, there's value there. So one needs to start to look at the question of value, but not only just value in terms of inherent and intrinsic and the blurring of those differentials, but also other kinds of values. Because in South Africa, you're looking at a state with a whole range of new policy implications. How do you undertake all these kinds of policy implementation initiatives? So that's a big challenge, and particularly with increasing fiscal constraints. And I'm sure there's a colleague or two from Treasury who's probably sitting here looking at those. So how do we come up with more cost-effective but creative but more expansive interventions? And part of it is finding what value exists, what kind of partnerships, what resources are we using? We're not, for example, using much in the way of volunteer capital. But if you look at Australia, for example, the Western Australia, their use of voluntary capital amounts to over $2 billion per year. That's in Australian dollars in terms of using volunteer capital. So the resources we need to utilize: public-private partnerships, voluntary capital, international networks. That's so important. And it really is important that this is the launch of the UN decade in terms of support of indigenous languages. And we saw this as one of the best case studies, funny enough, in our piece. And funny enough, in the context chapter, we looked at some of the changing discourses that were concentrated around what the UN was doing, and the shift from cultural, from language rights through to culture, looking at linguistic diversity and sustainability, and also the growing discourse around the creative economy. How does that link in? And these are the kinds of questions that we've asked. And on that note, I want to pass over to my colleague, Professor Gous. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much. I think it's been a fun day, a long day, and a lot of stuff has been said. So now we get down to the hard numbers, the accountants, boring stuff. And so I hope I can keep you awake. Maybe you need to get your pens and paper out so I can tell you to jot down a couple of things every now and again. So we try to calculate what is the size of the language economy, as though it were a sector. So when you look at the automotive sector, you know that so many cars are produced and so many people are employed. So we looked at three aspects when we looked at the language. The first was employment, the second was a contribution to the GDP, and the third was how language impacts on trade. So the first one, looking at employment, that was a nice accounting job. We got South Africa's labour market dynamic survey, which is based on some of the other surveys, and in that survey we got the occupations. We used the occupation definitions from the South African Language Practitioners Council Act, but we felt a little bit narrow, so we expanded them. We didn't expand them too much though, so we've always taken, so all the figures I'm going to give you are conservative. So we didn't look too much at the language and law. The teachers we did include a little bit, but I think we were very conservative with those. And then tourism, and then a lot of government departments like DERCO that have got a lot to do with languages. So in the paper you'll see the occupations that we specified, and now this is the number I want you to write down, 70,000 jobs. So in the 70,000 jobs rely on language. And again, as I've got to stress, this is a conservative approach. Right, so that was a nice, easy accounting exercise. It was just adding up from data that we got from Stats SA. And the next two, we developed econometric models. So when we developed the contribution of language to GDP, we used the social accounting matrix, which looks at the backward and forward linkages and how much each sector goes into another sector. Using that model, we were able to again look at the size of employment, but this time we were able to divide it up into highly skilled, skilled, low skilled, and informal labor. We could also see how capital intensive the sector was and what taxes and subsidies on production and products were charged. So when we looked at when we calculated the, and I'm going to use a technical term, GVA, gross value added, but think of it as the GDP, it came to about 10 billion rand, which is almost 0.2% of South Africa's economy. Considering that the cultural and creative industries contribute almost 3% to the economy, it's not insignificant. And I should have prefaced my introduction with language is either everything, and nice Latin saying sine qua non, without which no economic activities would be taking place had it not been for languages. So we've got the size of the economy, as I said, about 0.2%. Languages are very they're not capital intensive at all. So when we look at the cultural sector, and we look at sectors such as the cultural and natural heritage, it's almost 70% is capital. The rest of the value added comes from labor. Language is only 22% capital, so it's very labor intensive. Highly skilled, there's about 40,000 odd workers. Skilled laborers, about 13,000. Low skilled, 4,000. And then there's a big number of informal. So almost just over 12,000 informal. Now these are not informal people that are selling in spaza shops and so forth. These are people that are involved in gig work, working sometimes, reading a student's thesis or doing some writing or helping to write a song. So when we saw the figures, we thought, sure, how do we match up with the rest of the world? Unfortunately, we only found two studies. The first was China, and they estimated the economy at just under, the language contribution to the economy of 0.47. So ours was 0.17, so it's quite a bit less. But then we found a study done by the European Union, and they were 0.06%. So a lot less than what we anticipated South Africa's was going to be, but they were growing at 10% per annum. So starting from a low base, they wanted to grow the language sector by 10% per annum. So that's a challenge to the department and to the council, is how do we get the language sector to contribute more, 10%, to the economy each year. Just some other information that you may be interested in. The sector pays 1.25 billion rand in taxes. That's taxes on production and products. but they only get 25 million rand subsidies and grants and support. So 1.25 billion that they pay in taxes, and then they get 25 million in subsidies. Then the last factor that we looked at was trade. And I'm not going to bore you with trade, but just to try and, how does knowing languages influence trade? Does knowing languages influence trade? So we used another model called the gravity model, where we took all the other things out so we could just isolate the impact of trade. There was a small impact if countries had the same official language. But where it was really interesting, when there's a common native language, or where the proximity of the languages are closer together, there was greater trade. So trade does play a role, and it's not the official language, it's the way that the languages are close together. And I think that's important for our trade with Africa. So the languages don't have to be the same, there must just be that proximity to each other. So I think, I don't know if you've got anything more to add on the policy side, but from my side, I think that's given you the size of the language contribution to the economy. It's work in progress. As I said, I don't know if the press are here, the numbers are conservative. We believe that they are probably higher, but it is work in progress. Thanks very much.
Thank you, professors. That was very insightful. Now, I'm told that the presentations, all of them, if not most of them, are going to be made available to all the delegates here today. I believe I would not be fibbing if I said so. So, personally, I would really love to dive into those numbers and really unpack what they entail. But my personal observation is that the Long Walk to Freedom, a book about Nelson Mandela that we all know, the children's edition was published in 1995. And it was published in all 11 South African languages. Interestingly enough, if you go to any bookshop today and you look for it, you will not find it in any of those languages. So if you're a isiZulu parent and you want to read The Long Walk to Freedom in isiZulu, isiXhosa, in Sepedi, Setswana, how no it all, but in Denga English and ka Afrikaans. So what does that tell us? Because I went and asked Exclusive Books, why is it that you never have it in isiZulu? But they're not buying it, so they're not going to stock it. So this just tells us, from an economic point of view, that value or language value is what you say that it is, essentially. If we valued our languages, we'd go and buy these books for our children in those languages. It does not make any sense for them to stock it if we ourselves are not consuming the language that we say we value, but we can't put our back to it. We're going to move on now to the next speaker before we do a quick Q&A. And she is from the University of the Western Cape, Dr. Lorato. Is it Lorato or Lorato? Lorato, yes. I'm glad. It's Dr. Lorato Mokoena from the University of the Western Cape, and she's going to talk to us about the status of the Khoi, Nama, and San languages. Welcome, Doctor.
Good afternoon, everybody. Right, my name is Dr. Lorato Mokoena. I'm from the University of the Western Cape. The reason why I'm barefoot is that when I walked in to the venue, my heel broke. And you know, I was raised by parents who sent you to school either way. They were like, yeah, I know there's a hole in your shoe, but go anyway, right? And so I'm going anyway, whether I'm barefoot or not, I'm going anyway, right? So don't mind my feet, none of your business. Who cares here? Right? So of course I am a linguist. Social linguist is important. The reason why I'm standing before you today, I am the producer of a documentary film called The Broken String. It and this of right? And so in keeping with the minutes that I've been, right, I'm going to talk about my experience and the research that I do with and I use the word Bushman and Bushman because this is how the people in the Northern Cape prefers to be called, or at least the Bushman people. So when I say Bushman, I'm not insulting anybody, right? And of course, then the Khoi Khoi people, right? So let me officially begin to say, so on the program it states that I have a 10-minute responsibility to speak to you on the status of Khoi, Nama, San languages, but I would be stating the obvious if I spent the short, precious time addressing the need for enhanced resources to be dedicated to the languages of the Khoi Khoi and the Bushman, also known as the mere declaration of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, right? Our is to figure out how. And of course, additionally, earlier on, the chairperson of PEN SALP, not PEN SLAP, mentioned that her office is doing work with regards to Nama. And of course, the very existence of the new dictionary, which was launched today, testifies to the fact that the work is being done on these languages, right? It has been my observation that over the years, when we speak about languages, or when we speak about the Khoi and Bushman languages, we focus on exactly that, the languages, forgetting that languages are spoken by people. So my address hopes to reinsert the people back into the conversation before we get consumed by a product of their existence, which is language. Let us focus on the people. Subsequently, my address today stems from various conversations I've had with the Khoi Khoi and San communities across the Northern Cape. During this address, I will focus briefly on 4 societal aspects I believe we need to work on, especially in the Northern Cape, before we even address the linguistic matters. The first one is the outcry for recognition. Recognition comes in different forms, but I would like to speak about 2 forms. Being recognized as a citizen of this country, and secondly, being recognized for who you are, not who the government wants you to be, right? The first one is the struggle I was told about in Plaatfontein, where a number of residents do not have identity documents. Their documents were swept away during a storm when they still stayed in Smitsdrift. Ever since then, it has been a struggle to get identity documents with endless visits to Home Affairs. Without an identity document in South Africa, I have witnessed and heard of how groups of Plaatfontein residents, including the elderly, walk from Plaatfontein to a dumping site in Kimberley to source whatever they can to make ends meet, which is heartbreaking, right? Another form of recognition involves enjoying the right to be who you are without your identity being rounded off to the nearest convenient racial tick box. The Bushmen and Khoi people are not colored, and they do not want to be considered as such. They much rather be called Bushman because that is who they are. But due to South Africa's racial classification, they are forced to supposedly be colored. How do we proceed preserving and promoting languages when we fail to have a legal system in place that gives due recognition to these groups? The second aspect I will touch on is the association of Khoi Khoi languages with shame and embarrassment. On my initial trip to Appington in the Northern Cape, I was informed that there are Nama speakers in town. I was shocked because I spent days in the town and I never heard any other language than Afrikaans and English, and minimally here, Xhosa and Setswana. Before the conclusion of that trip, I learned that many elders in the town can speak Nama, but they are ashamed to do so. The embarrassment, backtrack, I'm sorry. Yes, they are ashamed to do so. It is emotionally triggering to speak Nama because during apartheid, they were punished for speaking it. The embarrassment and trauma associated with this is one of the reasons, was even admitted to me during a trip of mine to Carnarvon, where I asked the lady, but where are the Bushman people? Why can't I see them? And she said, they are ashamed. And she said to me something that I found very heartbreaking, but she said it very humorously. She said, you can see from this person's, you know, from how they look, that they are pure Bushman, and that's how she said it. But they are hiding because they're so embarrassed to be who they are, right? And of course, then the pain associated with speaking their mother tongues, no thanks to the white farmers on whose farms they were forced to work, is also a central theme in the documentary film I produced about the injustices that the Bushmen faced colonial times and continue to face in post-apartheid South Africa. Now, this aspect is particularly heartbreaking and challenging because there is a level of unlearning and healing that needs to occur. While it's productive to have resources, the question remains whether the mother tongue speakers of these languages will use these resources when they have not unlearned the embarrassment that has been inculcated into them by the white farmers. How do we get people to use their languages when their languages are merely home languages, instead of being languages that empower them to participate and benefit from the economy, languages of science and technology, right? And then, of course, the third aspect I wish to touch on is the estrangement from indigenous practices. I recently submitted a manuscript of a journal article in which I explore how the Northern Cape Conservation Act of 2009 is in direct conflict with not only the hunting practices of the Bushmen, but it underappreciates the delicate and responsible relationship that most Bushman people have with nature. Chapter 2 of the Northern Cape's Conservation Act is titled Sustainable Utilization of Wild Animals. And number 2 and number 3 under this chapter states that, and I quote, no person may, without a permit, hunt a specimen of a protected or specially protected animal. This law is an example that the act is in discord with the beliefs of the hunter-gatherer communities. Undoubtedly, such a restriction is admirable, right? As the intention to protect the Northern Cape's animals is good. However, for the Bushmen, the law is highly problematic in two ways. Firstly, when taken into consideration that the hunter-gatherer community's definition of hunting, and there's a very specific definition that the hunter and gatherers have of hunting, right? All the large game that these communities consider food are listed as protected species in this act. Secondly, members of these communities are not customized to ask for permission or approval to hunt from the government. It is their custom, please listen to this, it is their custom to seek approval from Kachen. If you don't know what Kachen is, it's a green mantis. It's the green animal. Just Google Kachen. You will see it's little insect. That is who, in terms of indigenous knowledge, that is who the Bushmen get permission from to hunt, not from the government. Yet, we are here expecting them, first of all, to understand permits, to pay for permits, because you can't hunt without one. And I need to throw this one in. If you read most of that act, the only people that can really hunt are the people that own land, and let us not get into that conversation. Part of that act also states that you are not allowed to hunt with a bow and arrow. You know? Right, before, you know I'm a passionate person, and I